Checking the audio. All right. We're at the final stages, I think. We'll have to see. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruto. Trial Part 3. Here it goes. Is it because my light is not as bright? Maybe that's why my face looks darker. I don't know. All right. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Let's turn on my controller. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Bori's looking at him. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yeah, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that biopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly whilst I was in the antechamber too. Oh man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light up some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Uh-oh. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it seems to have been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Van Zeeks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done, and he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama, as a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his assistant, Lord Benzique's autopsy would have never happened. But he absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. So correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was the result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time. You must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. I will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Sounds sketchy. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from the wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ugh. Heh. Ha ha ha. Or something. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspectors confessed just before his death, but that is a fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court would give no credence to his confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Steek's death. But with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. We didn't cross-examine yet, so... If I may, my lord. I'll move this way. I don't even know. What if I move to the left a little? Whoop. We can move over just a little, so... Uh-oh. What was that sound? Alright. That was my iPad. Let's hold on a second. I'm gonna charge the pad. Alright. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them and ripped out their throats. Such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well. My lord, in that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. You thought he had us on the ropes. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I'll not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord? Isn't that what the prosecution, the other guy, is supposed to do? From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results being fabricated. How so? Hold it! You couldn't say? No, sadly not. And you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did, but at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting and pass him his implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Yes, so would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was. As a matter of fact, death resulted from a wound made by Western-style swords transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. How come? In all of the previous four killings attributed to the professor, victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks was not in fact been one of the Professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. Genshin Isugi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all five members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. True Hound of Hell. There are no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but I read all the paperwork about the case and Mama's told me the story countless times. Kinda sus. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there are no other signs of internal trauma. I see. She's hiding her face? Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps? So, a ring? It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring? Was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth of or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left for Japan 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. Do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course, or over. There were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They were arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I bought the ring along with me today. What? There it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Goodness gracious, that's it. I haven't seen it in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny this crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Hmm. Very well. You may submit it. Alright. We have new evidence we can use. Not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Nosogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Varric Van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your needs. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber would. It's everything, is it? My father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps it's because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. I couldn't say, or his words. That phrasing is very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, to remove any trace of doubt. We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true. We can't shy away from this. Even if that we might uncover could lead to a total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Let's present and look at the examination. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I would think. Yeah, finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous thing? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun about that size, would go down much better. Some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So, it probably would scratch his throat, right? Okay, so I guess we'll present this.
Objection!
Questionable, blah blah blah, wrong.
Hold it!
But if there's no, okay, we're gonna.
Excuse me!
Oh, never mind. Bye. Yes, what can I do for you? I feel so it might have done as it happened. But you startled me so much I'd clearly forgotten what I was thinking.
Objection!
Right? The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed. Did you, Professor Mikitoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? Now, the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? that Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance and after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi, and he produced it during the procedure pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best, what possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. But to swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on that brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really swallowed the enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would remain as internal trauma. Oh. There you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding myself 10 years ago. Why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I am terribly sorry. I can think of plenty ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write that down. Write it down. So suspicious. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Worry. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We opened up the dead to find the truth. Beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Okay. I'm past past the light now. Alright. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago. On a foggy night, Genshin and I were walking down some back streets, and all of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all. But Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that was what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Wow. You, you pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it? You stole my father's ring? You said the whole thing so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him...
Objection!
Azuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured when your judgment is only slightly clouded, but at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you're so insistent I would be present in this trial to see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you're Lady Justice herself. Seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result. So much you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. Though it's extremely hard to believe, let's imagine there's some misconduct during the autopsy. And if that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in this trial? The closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility of his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then, oh my, that's very strange. And Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him then. That would surely mean there's no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you would have arrived many minutes ago, Professor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was above board, there's nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing his trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may be very well ended prematurely. Okay, I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. We'll continue. I'll BRB. What? Where'd my BRB go? Hello, my name's Yoshi OST, or you can call me Andrew. If there's one thing I want to share on this channel, it's that God has changed my life by paying my debt from sin on the cross. He changed the way I see games, music, and humor. Mark 8, it says, "For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake and for the sake of the good news will save it. For what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his life? But what will a man give in exchange for his life?" What that means to me is I want to honor God in all that I do here, and that's the music I make, games that I play. I want to share how a Christian experiences all of that from my perspective. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. See you later. Much love. Hello, my name's Yoshi OST, or you could call me Andrew. If there's one thing I want to share on this channel, it's that God has changed my life by paying my debt from sin on the cross. He changed the way I see games, music, and humor. Mark 8, it says, "For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake and for the sake of the good news will save it. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his life? But what will a man give in exchange for his life? What that means to me is I want to honor God in all that I do here, and that's the music I make, games that I play. I want to share how a Christian experiences all of that from my perspective. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. See you later. Much love. Hello, my name's Yoshi OST, or you could call me Andrew. If there's one thing I want to share on this channel, it's that God has changed my life by paying my debt from sin on the cross. He changed the way I see games, music, and humor. Mark 8, it says, "For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake and for the sake of the good news will save it. But what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his life? But what will a man give in exchange for his life?" What that means to me is I want to honor God in all that I do here, and that's the music I make, games that I play. I want to share how a Christian experiences all of that from my perspective. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. See you later. Much love. Hello, my name's Yoshi OST, or you could call me Andrew. If there's one thing I want to share on this channel, it's that God has changed my life by paying my debt from sin on the cross. He changed the way I see games, music, and humor. Mark 8, it says, "For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake and for the sake of the good news will save it. But what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his life? But what will a man give in exchange for his life?" What that means to me is I want to honor God in all that I do here, and that's the music I make, games that I play. I want to share how a Christian experiences all of that from my perspective. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. See you later. Much love. Hello, my name's Yoshi OST, or you could call me Andrew. If there's one thing I want to share on this channel, it's that God has changed my life by paying my debt from sin on the cross. He changed the way I see games, music, and humor. Mark 8, it says, "For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake and for the sake of the good news will save it. But what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and forfeit his life? But what will a man give in exchange for his life?" What that means to me is I want to honor God in all that I do here, and that's the music I make, games that I play. I want to share how a Christian experiences all of that from my perspective. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. All right. Much love. Grabbed
Hello,
some
my name's Yoshi
cereal.
OST, or you could call me Andrew. If there's one thing I want to share on this channel, it's that God has changed my life by paying my debt from sin.
And
on
we're
the
making some
cross.
pizza for
He changed
dinner.
the way I see games, music, and humor.
All right. Put on my earbuds. Oh, I think I need to put away my cats in the cage. I can't. Let them come in and out. Ah, but I need to put you away into the cage. Yeah, today is one of the hottest days, so I don't know what to do. Let me grab, just eat a little and then we'll start. Eh, All right. Here we go. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Yeah. Kazuma? What's this in the latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant... What? Oh, beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You have overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? If its autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the main man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. Think perhaps it's you who's been living in a delusion these 10 years ago. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. You can only show there's a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. Asugi's silence. Maybe it's this? If Gregson and Asugi were meant to be killed? Maybe all of these people were to be killed? Hmm. Hmm. I hereby request that upon my death, all the things. It's a I accept my fate in the knowledge I'll never see my homeland again, and I regret nothing about my chosen path. Hmm. Ah. Hmm. Maybe it's this?
Take that!
Nope. This is the defense's answer. Maybe it's the last will. I don't know. Cosmo Samspa knew the evidence is fabricated. Why would he have said nothing? There must have been a strong reason for his silence. Perhaps. Clemency? My lord, the defense would like to.
Take that!
The SLV papers? No. I don't know. Can take a bite. Hmm. Maybe. Hmm. Signed by John H. Wilson.
Take that!
Nope. I'm still wrong. Hmm. Maybe it's Karuma?
Take that!
Nope. I'm still wrong. I'm gonna get a game over. Yep. Okay, let me finish this. Hmm. Reloading. Hmm. Alright. Retry from this scene. Explaining the silence of Asogi. Hmm. Oh, so that he become evidence, right? Me using all my brain power. Hmm.
Take that!
Nope. I'm not sure. Maybe I need to look at the evidence. Right? Or maybe it's maybe what is the word clemency anyway? How are you doing, missionary gamer? Tell us. Did you have a good day? Did you use it wisely? Clemency means lenient. Silence. Why was the man silent? A murder weapon found at the scene of the crime. Of course, missionary gamer would use the gospel message. Why the gospel message, you may be asking? The gospel message means the good news. The bad news is we've all sinned and deserve the wrath to come. But Jesus, the Messiah, died for our sins and was buried and then raised on the third day according to the scriptures. And he's seated at the right hand of the Father today and that I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. The time is fulfilled. The kingdom of God is at hand. To repent and believe the gospel. How are you doing? If anyone lurking or anyone watching has any questions, this gospel message is the most important thing you could ever know about in my stream. Not this game, not any other random thing about your day, about breakfast. But yeah, if you have any questions about it, feel free to ask me, Missionary Gamer. And if you have any questions about finding a local church, finding plugged in, how to be discipled, how to learn about God, let me know and I can help hook you up. And yeah. Maybe this? Kazuma Asagi. Name of the armband owner. Kazuma. Maybe it's this I have to show? Alright, you're going back to HTMX. Something like that. I don't know what that is. You take care. Alright. It's supposed to be symbolizing treating everything equally and fairly. Balance, equal measures. Right, God loves equal measures. The ills of justice is they're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. Must be something particular to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on. Should I be doing this?
Take that!
This is not the right answer. I'm guessing everything. Alright. Skip. Yeah, I want clemency, but what is the answer? This is not at least unworthy. The judge is Strongheart. Lord Strongheart. What's there missing? I mean, we looked at all of these things before. There's a passport. Permission for applicant and one additional person. It's Kazuma. Why is it? Ibo Karuma. Shows how it's broken. Can't believe he'd misjudge it like that. He wasn't making his right mind and have full control of his stroke. Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. It. So, there's still, yeah, it's blood. I just don't know. It's reminding me of the time Apostle Paul was. Is it? Thanks, autopsy. Can I pull the ear? Silence in court. Already looked at it. Karma. Unsheathed. The tip of the great sword broken. Wait, but if he used Karuma, right? Because Clint's autopsy, the time of death was by a single stab, but it was an American sword. Red scarlet ink stains visible to the right, but no document. I don't know what else to show him. Because I already... Reinhardt said to hydrate. You find my cup is out over there. I drink it out of a bowl. Why not?
Take that!
It's wrong, but I don't know what else to answer.
Take that!
That's not the right answer either. Hmm. I don't know what to do. 10 years ago. Smudge of some kind. It's a hand. Some blood. Hmm. Vigil? Oh, this tournament appears to be a little worse for wear. Turn around, yeah. I already looked at that. Yeah. Alright. If you did not look at the answer on Google, then you can help. But if you did, or you've played it before, then no, I would not like help from that. That's the British sense of humor, yep. Mm. You may, if you have a hypothesis, you could feel free to let me know what you think there might be as a hint.
Take that!
Nope. How about the gun? Was it used? Well, the gun is not the murderer weapon, so I'm just not sure how the gun is relevant necessarily. So Genshin Asogi, he used, according to the autopsy report, he had used a sword, an American sword, to kill Lord Clint Van Zeeks. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I already pointed to Karuma before. So
Take that!
like I can point to the sword one more time.
Take that!
Door does nothing? Yeah, we're just gonna have to go through everything in my court record. I already pointed to this.
Take that!
I didn't do anything. The silence? Maybe he was shot? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I already presented it. There's just nothing related to the ring anymore right now. Yeah. Remember, why we're trying to... Let's just not keep guessing. Why... Explain to me why you think Genshin Asogi was silent in his trial, right? We could do the gun.
Take that!
Just because, but again, I don't think that's the answer. So, all right, let's start over from the beginning of the scene.
Take that!
Not the gun, not the rain. I gave the armband already. I already did the photograph. I did this autopsy report. We already gave the telegram. I already gave this one though.
Take that!
No. I thought maybe just like Mr. Vigil was trying to avoid implicating any association with the SOG. I already presented this Asogi papers, so I already presented this one before. I just don't know. Uh, He was 33, British, and if May 31st, midnight. Stab wound to the heart. Credit to Inspector Gregson. Who is John H. Wilson? Also don't know. All right. Citizen says, I don't even know what that means. Is there a way to check for fingerprints? So fingerprints hadn't been discovered yet, really, in this game. So there aren't really additional ways. Dude, black belt. In case people are worried about my stream, I'm YoshiUSD. You can call me Andrew. I do Bible reading and sharing the gospel and praying for people who come along. So if you have any prayer requests, feel free to let me know in the chat or in the Discord. But this game is called the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and so it's rated 13 plus, I think. PG 13 plus. So if you guys, are kind of squeamish about death and, stuff like that, blood, then you might not want to stay for that. But this game, I think, is a very cool, and to me, is a cool illustration of how we see God's justice, where God's justice truly prevails, even if by human standards, we might not succeed in doing it righteously while we are alive. God promises us he will be the just judge. And so I like talking about that during this game and talking about the implications of certain things we do. So yeah, I hope you are well, Black Belt. How did your stream go? Did you have a lot of fun? Hey, Balaam's Donkey, welcome to the stream. Right now we are kind of stuck. We've kind of been brute forcing all of the answers because I couldn't figure out why. So there's been a huge conspiracy in this game where the first person convicted for being a murderer was actually convicted over faulty evidence from the coroner, and so now we're trying to figure out why, even though he was convicted through faulty evidence, he did not. He just stayed silent. He just let the accusation fall on him. Perhaps it's because he's protecting someone, and I think that's kind of like an illustration of, maybe you could say almost an illustration of Christ, where he took on our sin, you know, even though he didn't deserve it, but he willingly did that. So Brian Hardy said box. I did already choose this one. Something was missing or someone. Well, yeah, I definitely didn't get to play with you, Black Belt, today, but it's okay. We'll have to get in some games later on this week. But we already put this one. We tried to present this one, and we presented Gregson's photograph as well. Maybe he was trying to save Mr. Vigil. So, present
Take that!
Mr. Vigil. It's wrong. But let me know, did you guys have fun while hanging out with Black Belt? What did you do? And what exciting things did you do for the Labor Day holiday? Civic holiday. Oh, no problem, Black Belt. No problem at all. Okay, so Kazuma is the main character's best friend, and his father, Genshin, is the one who's been convicted as guilty, and that was 10 years ago. And so now Kazuma didn't know what exactly happened. So maybe he's trying to protect someone. He would have protested innocent, right? But he didn't. So there's strong reasons for silence, but who was he protecting? Maybe he did know who did it. Hey, Sir Vanilla, welcome. On my chat, I see a bunch of people with orange names. So. How are you all doing today? What proof do I have that explains his silence? So... account Ezekiah Hopkins, there's now a vacancy. Public health issue. Bartholomew Hospital. Miasma. Investors. Shifting field of economic thought. Guess there's nothing. So I already looked at this one. I looked at this one as well. I think I gave this one too. What am I missing? And Bionar says the guy who did it is threatening him? Probably. But I already sent the gun. Maybe it's to protect him?
Take that!
It's true that... oh, we finally did it! It's true that Genshin's Asoki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but he was protecting Vigil, probably. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that's only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have been negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by his father alone. Oh, why am I rating from... Apparently, he must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here a dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time, which was Vigil. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Sogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance he would be broken out of prison. With that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Sogi can be explained in no other way. I'm pointing. First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. We'll have to see what it is. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. So there's Caden and Mr. Vigil. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, we wouldn't be in any trouble, my lord. Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and Boak Prison earlier. That's talking about our friend, Herlock Sholmes. So they're gonna come over. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. How convenient. Alright, let's see. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Alright, we have two guys. And Kazuma. And Von Zeeks. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court? Hey, Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. Your other persona, if you don't mind? I do beg your pardon. Of course. Alright, my name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. The professor, we already been through all this a decade ago. The conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. Oh, convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well, convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then, of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness? Governor Caden? Sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies. My lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you're both involved in some way. So you'll testify to court now and explain what exactly took place. Right, here goes. Very well, let the test witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Right, here goes. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief order vigil here to put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Didn't again if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Okay. Directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Hey, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't know. I didn't get that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professors that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, couldn't tell you. I see, but if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. True? That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord? Failed to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information, but do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Yeah, absolutely. I have no intention to squander a single opportunity. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Alright, very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay. Let's see if they did know about it. Alright, it was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Hey, that's right. All I can share is that it was official, but if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. It wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate. You cannot even say with certainty that it originated from the prosecutor's office? Okay. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I couldn't give you any indication who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from someone in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother to whittle speculation. We just get the job done. No, this is not based on a true story. Assign a convict to the chief order vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Okay. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was an scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? I know the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are other folks in the prison service who would have been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Hey, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Stephen who? Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Sight that she's known now? Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asugi right until the night of execution. I knew nothing of any plot. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that point? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, As a professor, the man that terrorized the country was never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of five, five of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh gosh, Vigil, I can apologize enough. Oh, Governor, I don't believe you can. It couldn't have happened. What did he say? It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden? Okay, what is he gonna say? I didn't know if there's some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you already acknowledged the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange the man's escape. Must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Okay, well, be that as it may, I didn't know nothing about it. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure, and I can that much. I do. Then I presume you know about this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you're just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. So what is this duty, though? Mind explaining? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Hey, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Isugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, something wrong? Oh, poor dude. Whoa. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying, seemed to upset you? Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? He's all stoic now. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, as it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Sogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Right, that's true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that's Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Ooh, we believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top. It doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Hey, go on then. It seems to me that Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely? I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against Charlie, eh? Well, this, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in Charlton years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Hey, that's right. So what I'm saying is, convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. Makes this an astute point. Logically, it seemed no negotiation could have taken place. And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was certainly put into practice. He could have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess the crimes because he's sure to be broken out of prison later. I don't really think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him? What a terrible thing to use the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. Quite the opposite of justice. Can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something that doesn't quite add up, Mr. Narrator? No, it doesn't. I can't quite put my finger on it yet. In that case, I must keep digging until we identify the problem. Okay, let's present. All materials wealth to Kazuma. His son, maybe?
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Nasuki was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There's nothing to stop the British from breaking the word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that, which means that Mr. Sogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. I felt like couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testimony of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay, and Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya? Ya wee rat. Did I no tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Sogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison wardens searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. Well, as I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? What blazes are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper, with the fellas in the fell cell where I said it would be. How can it be? Where in his cell? Y'all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, didn't you do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, didn't I? No, young lawyer? Yeah, you did. But I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi," which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. I think it's missing a page, perhaps? Mr. Sogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Were you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Citizen said, "Isn't manhandling someone battery?" Yeah, I don't even know what he's gonna do. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon that is something for which we have only a former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. No, I definitely heard him say that. Oh, miss. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? It's clear that Barclay Prison is hidden something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. It's your lordship's gonna... I don't know. Went too fast. Is your lordship gonna gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? Awkward. We should hear more from him. Okay. We're now in the court public opinion? It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, my lord. Here we go. We have another testimony. As warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Sogi and kept watching over his cell. The night after he was found guilty, he was found doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it at the execution, but to no avail. Only found out the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Okay, so now we have a kimono. His kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of that man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. You're not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? Yeah, were you Waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? He's being grabbed by an invisible hand. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? Ah! Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family at home in Japan. As a courtesy of the homeland to the most notorious killer to our country has ever seen. Kinda suspicious, and we are much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Except the ring. Hey, and you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? This last will and testament was the man's last weapon. Was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prowling, and that his end was nigh. But maybe Judge Jigoku got wind of those letters? So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Okay. Alright. Yeah, come closer to the screen. Alright. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts... What? Hold it. So you would mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though it was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. Oh, that's the Haruma bot, I believe? Haruma bot Defender. It automatically kicks certain things, but it's only the general ones, it's not the main ones. Right. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as one man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. Yeah. I get to type in the name. Is it Karuma? Karuma bot defender, sorry. Karuma bot defender. But it's not perfect, and obviously it's not gonna ban all the bots that say, you know, go buy bots or something. Those, you have to set up your chat filters to be very strict, essentially. Putting me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
Excuse me.
What? Blah 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 blah. That was an accident. Alright. Keep going. Alright. The night after he was doing something with the whale in cell. You keep pressing. Yeah, we didn't finish this question yet. See that the man was a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. You're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. At the prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities, personally instructed Asugi to make will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely? It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it's subsequently found in the convict cell. I have no idea. Maybe they're just hanging there to collect information, prove that they are an active account. There's other reasons. Maybe I don't know. They're doing something, whoever made the bot. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor can't be expected to be in the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Dun, dun, dun. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell was clearly inconsistent with what is expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, thing about the will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. But was the governor who ordered search for the will, as I understand it, is that right? The governor who ordered the search? Yes, and I reported back that we couldn't find it. He grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, I get a disappeared completely in my face. Hey, well, it's due to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine. What is was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience at Locate Seminary? That was it. Yeah, the day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in immediate dismissal? I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found about the Asogi papers when a directive came to tell me to impound. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? A. From the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken know. I didn't ken now. Ken being no? I didn't know now? All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. And the directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Hey, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it was called. In Mr. Asogi's kimono? Hey, the one he brought with him when he was locked in. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand? That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of his personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Haruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. What? Did you say something that I missed? I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms all the time, and the inmates had shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikitobi was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of dead black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Okay. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Poor guy. He's always so dramatic. Or maybe he's really sick in the head. Mr. Vigil! It was Scarlet, sir. scarlet ink? Yeah. But I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Uh, less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm afraid to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Alright, my lord. The defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this. Possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Uh, as I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I was mistaken. Okay. Because, I think it's in his autopsy report that his hand had, um, where is... Uh... Where did it talk about? Uh, red scarlet ink stains visible below on the little and ring fingers of the right hand.
Objection!
There we go. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil, and I believe that's exactly what you did see. But favors again, you have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in there that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. So it does. The scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I fully admit, but I hazard to guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? It's not appreciated. My brother was taken a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What's your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clinton Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. Ooh. I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's ink bowl was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink was in the inkwell was ever found. But the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil? Sir? When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil say, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. Because it was Clint's will. Really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. That was the last will and testimony of Clint Van Zeeks. What? Oh, dun dun dun.
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean get chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question. Yeah, it's a big game. This game is because it originally 2 games and now they're combined. It's a big game. Yeah. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. The 3DS, actually. That Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Really, something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Something so damning that it prompted the powers that be. Yes, there could be no question that it contained information at utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to, having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. Did you say, counsel? The last will and testimony that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. Van Zeeks, are you okay? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death? Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer? The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Sato? So hold on to your head high and keep soldiering on. Alright. You're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor's case. The defense's last statement is merely conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words came out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testimony of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is in fact Clint was a murderer? Clint was the... Clint... Maybe he's confessing he is actually the Reaper? You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Nah, Council, what are you saying? Do you even realize a confession about the true identity of the professor? That, that would mean Lord Van Zieks? I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The alert that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, a man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Nesogi at all. No, can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Ugh. Ah! Something like that. That's so sad. Finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been through thoroughbreds of British. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was the paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Berg Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. It's conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Order in the court. Lord Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Hound. Did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Almond. He's a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmond. After Clint's death, Beach passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital B. What? An emblem bearing capital initial B? You know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon the marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you described is Balmond's. Family insignia of what Clint Van Zieks' widow. There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we first saw it. We know the dog was used for hunting. It could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally be from human prey. So it's true then. Clint Van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making up to exonerate their own. So in fact the person responsible for these murders of the nobles and royals was the noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? And years have passed. Still now, 6 million inhabitants of the great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Dun dun dun. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. No, God will have justice beyond the earthly realm. Let God take vengeance, guys. The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. I wonder if this background will keep scrolling to the right. Let's just wait for a second. Okay, it does stop. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments means even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, so eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. Using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate as a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks' mansion on his own. We can only imagine how. Now, what happened between the two men? Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. Don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? So he must have taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret, and guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then. The crimes to my father. I did what was needed in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it. I was keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? Can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Osogi who murdered Lord Anzieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I have no doubt that it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Fine, man. Blim. So that 10 years ago, Genshin's ring was taken and... Oh, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy, and in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty of the crimes brought against him. Oh, welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? Welcome, if this is your first time. My name is YoshiUSD, you can call me Andrew. What I do here, I do Bible reading, devotions, prayer, and sharing the gospel. If you're interested in those kinds of things, that's what we do in 6 a.m. normally in the morning, and then we play some games like this. So if you're interested in this, we're almost about to end it, so it's gonna be a lot of spoilers. But welcome, and I hope you are doing well. If there's anything we could pray for you, we'd love to pray for you about that. Greetings. All right. It actually struck a deal with his accusers, so this is what we're doing with. We've discovered that the serial murderer was Clint Van Zieks, and so that's a spoiler. And now we're trying to explain everything in the show. I am doing very well. We went and grabbed snack, and we read. As the title says, we read The Christian in Complete Armor, and that's one of the books. It's a pretty long book, but we read through the first section of it, and so we'll work on more sections next week. We'll see. And yeah, if we beat this game, we're gonna play something new. Maybe on Monday nights, we might be playing Terraria together. Maybe a community game. So we'll have to figure that out in the future. But that's if we finish this game today. Alright, so he already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asuki. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, asked Sogi. What? Although I hear you have a 14-year-old son. I agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling. Very nice, Prince. I don't have that game, but I know quite a few people who have tried that game. If you ever want me to hook you up with party members to, do guild stuff together, feel free. I'll hook you up with that. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, I hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain. Understand? Hmm? So, what is it gonna be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order at any cost. Well, now all the people in the crowd will now know. Never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Berg Funzeeks? So this is I was called this a visual novel, and so you have some point and click kind of elements in it, and this is a more story driven I would say logic puzzle using, court themes and stuff like that. So it's not exactly a lawyer sim in the sense that you keep simulating being a lawyer as the intention, but it's more of like trying to progress through a conspiracy, which all of the games pretty much revolve around a conspiracies. It gets pretty deep. That is the spirit of your late brother, a paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What reason? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me were already only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of the guilt never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. This guy is messed up. Oh dear. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of this young protege after that. So Asashin? Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So that with the execution of Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. What should we do? And who's guilty? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. That's pretty twisted in how you're spinning it. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe. That's not right. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Welcome. Thanks for the lurk. So what should I do? Maybe there'd be another judge to go judge this judge? Me do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zieks. Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. You never suspected your older brother. Same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain, and since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? It wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi will walk this earth. However, much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the three-paged last will and testament penned in the black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Already? This feels so...
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? All I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. He merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Well, we have to look at the court record. Maybe it's because he said it's a 3-page document? 3-page last will? I think we found it. Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi will still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi and the 3-page last will by the man left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And an inconsistency remains. The defense has the right to pursue an explanation. You notice, Kay? What? Let me warn you about the statements you're making, counsel. They may be very well proved fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction? Which piece of evidence, I ask? Alright, we're presenting
Take
this. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Sogi. Two-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the three-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a third page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identify something worthwhile, but it's mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kate, what can I do for you, sir? Your president when the Japanese man penned his last will and statement. Yes, I was there. I remember the black Wareham-like scrawls to this day, and quite certain, my lord, there was a third page at the time. But what? Only the first two pages were the actual will. If my mind corrected, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we require only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it is decided on the third page on a to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. I'll get you all that information in DMs later. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here, now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last words to send to be read out loud before the court now. Request is denied. The inevitably maudling words can be of no consequence
Objection!
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that can I actually read room language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Alright, Mikitoba, you do it. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Mother? You're still here, are you, Mr. Mikitoba? Dr. Mikitoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate the Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Alright, let's read it. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem? Twist thy head. What is Karuma? That's the name of Sogi clan's famous sword. Razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. The katana sword that was submitted as evidence. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. Og Nation, welcome. How are you all doing? If it's your first time here, I'm Yoshi OSD. You can call me Andrew. Right now, we're playing The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's a visual novel about a court proceeding of conspiracy. They're very fun. And of course, normally I also read the Bible, read devotions, and prayer on stream and pray for people. So if you have any questions about the gospel or want to leave a prayer request, I would love to pray for you. Anytime. All right. Let's continue. Let us know how is your stream. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the court. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. Can we check the court record, though? Because we go to the head? Maybe the head? Or is this the head? Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use a sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruto, I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head? Once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Sugi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think? Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound piece of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament. In the final moments, before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruto, look at the signature at the end. It's Clint Van Zieks. And the date. 10 years ago, on that fateful night. For 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma. And nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Sounds good, citizen. Wait. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Alright.
Objection!
Let's see if we could do that. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there's nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart? What exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. I have some evidence. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Alright, let's bring some evidence. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruto, I have to present some decisive evidence or it's all over, but can I? Well, obviously. We just looked at it. Wait, my lord? As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. But what? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? Dare say. Final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence? The defense claims to be so decisive.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testimony of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it didn't escape your notice, that document is lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Oh. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Ugh. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Isogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to merge and reveal the truth. Signature and seal and certainly look official. It's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. Demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? Why are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Ugh. What are you implying? Court is adjourned in immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending the trial without good reason, and not at any trial, a closed trial by order of Majesty the Queen? To defy the monarchs will be treason. Grr. But Clean Mazis really did pen a will that day, exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. You have a right to hear what's in that will. Right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going as quite as you'd hope. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. Prosecution, yes, it's full of support. I don't know if this would fly in a real court. Very well then. No. 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 Okay, well, you can say whatever you want. I pen this, my last will and testimony, in final moments before my inevitable willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asugi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Von Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zeke's estate, hereby confesses the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me is one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of the Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, using his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I'm a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. And as I watched, my former mentor perished before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I'd lost the last shred of decency within me. I sunk to the level of a wild beast. There's no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Dun dun dun! So now we know, yes, Van Zeeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victim. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy the justice in this country. You weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and countless lives you sacrificed up to now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, you had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. To use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depth. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me, which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. Murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
You going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? The night following his mock execution, I went to the Gate Seminary at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, and it made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his. He couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you're a fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket, and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging graves. The men who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night, you'll find out the convict wasn't really executed. Scandal will rock the foundations of the empire. And what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asoki at once. He can't live now. This has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he would return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Do. Sorry, guys. I guess there was an image of that. So, just Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The gray rubber was so close, blood sprayed over his coat. But as fast as his legs could carry him. When Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave, he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, secrecy was buried along with Asogi's gold. So, now you know what really happened in Locate Cemetery that night. Wow. So, then he is the conspirer. He's the one who murdered. Yeah, he forced Judge Jigoku to do it. It was Jigoku, the Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. I cannot imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years ago. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever it means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? Save Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget, you had killed Esbab. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more? That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? You have to fight fire with fire. Your courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks who had worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. And Inspector Gregson, brought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the same thing. Not to mention Genshin Sogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tired of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Wah. Okay, he's clapping creepily. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. Well, it's a round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. Uh-oh. What are you talking about? Those delightfully big expressions that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Dude, clearly our friends from Far East are quite picture pedestrians. You fraud! You keep up your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I could be indicted for nothing. No? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools. You acted.
Objection!
Oh dear. You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. This is called conspiracy, right? Or. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords and ladies, gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us who occupy the darkness ourselves. Let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations would become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Learned that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. You be cast down to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think about what you've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. I don't know. Sounds suspicious. Sounds like vigilante justice. We successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. Technically it was also Strongheart. And that is all was expected of this trial, and all these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Things Lord Strongheart has. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, and that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Dude, these guys are all depraved. Why are you cheering? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? Come on, where are the objections? Objection, guys. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be raised. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Who, who killed Gregson, though? I don't even know which one to pick. Use evidence? I don't know which one to choose. Raise an objection or use evidence? I don't know. Yes, when all games are over, it's the obvious choice. My voice reverberate around the courtroom. Make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part, but what do I say next? The man who has fought many battles in this court, let me offer some advice. Objections need to be substance behind them. Otherwise, they're merely objectionable. The defense... What? Okay. Whoops, we got a game over. It should have been evidence, right? Uh... Come on, surely there's some... Oh. All mention of that which had been discussed in this courtroom will be struck from the record. Verifying Zeke's, or should I say, Reaper of the Veil? What? Why is... That's injustice. May you also find peace now as you join your sibling in the eternal darkness? What? The defendant isn't guilty? What? This is so bad. Alright, we'll just... Hopefully we can start from last save. From the last save! Okay, let's... Okay. Let's give some evidence. Alright. Yes, I know the only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is evidence. Mr. Naruto, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything would come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, I know what to do now.
Take that!
Take that. Oh my, yes. Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. Exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes already had deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave. Ow, ow, ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto. Because I'm over here. Mr. Naruto? He's... They have the power of a hologram? It's Mr. Sholmes. What? What's happening? I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put the man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already. What? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. What? Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company? I'm amused. Harrison did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for the state. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're being immodest. Dude, you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping to stand to steady himself after your shock, right? Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been more important being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you're on the other hand, Lord Strongheart appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? Never heard of it. Do you read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Well, now Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? We got him! What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order, I demand her. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph. You meddling... This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling with talking with you, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. How about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've even been engaged over the past 10 years? Oh, I was merely... So sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Neil Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we needed to fight fire with fire? Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Neil Strongheart, darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Oh. Get wrecked. Court is adjourned. Yes. Is this place just gonna go on fire? We gotta evacuate? Dude, is he gonna die? Ah! Yikes. I was not expecting that. Are you okay? I thought we're still taking trial later. Dude. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I'm sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brothers left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can there be? There is more to his last will and testament. Disclosure? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret of my younger brother. Eric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First is that his document survives. Second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint and Zeeks. Aww. I kind of want to cry. Then. Ale Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Chigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-hearted murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? You've ascended to this very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remain. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that being just the final adjudication to an old friend? Oh, it's our boy! As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shame to ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Is it Santa? Is it Santa? All right. The darkness that blinded justice in our land these past 10 years has been finally dispelled. Thanks to no smart ballpark, the efforts of the bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruto. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everybody here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Is it Kennethan? I don't know. You're too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. And if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history, it was finally to no change. This might be just the man to do it. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge a possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruto, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You're a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Manseeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I met. My best friend Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal friend and ever-patient judicial assistant is Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Manzeeks, who never failed to challenge this Nipponese rival. And not to mention the exceptional master of logic and reason, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruto, but I believe. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be here where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that's always leading to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And the truth shall set you free, and that truth is Christ. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. It's my belief that we must allow all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. How? So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself for now. But before I go, Mr. Naruto, we compliment you on your grand opus. But without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows. The haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. Uh, I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom long before Prosecutor Barrack bangs Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Bergman Zeeks not guilty. Woo! Yay! Congratulations. And we have, you know, fireproof courtroom apparently, because we could launch fireworks in here. That is all. The court is adjourned. Wow. All right. The 4th of November, 4 p.m., 4:21 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over, but did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was really, truly splendid performance, honestly. I could be happier for you. Thank you very much, but I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato. Huh? Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that Naruto. I have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what a lawyer ought to be doing. Well, in that case, I'm quite sure when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. His face is stern. Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really should have resumed. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Almost a year ago. A year it's been now since I encountered you in this very courtroom house. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in court today. It feels as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made it fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure Kazuma-sama would have smiled on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. He doesn't have a happy face either. Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. He really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth, and for that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could ever know. I'll hold them there. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's so bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Saki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. She find resolution in my death. In my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my will. Van Zieks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor you? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you pulling up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends. Genshin, whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and tell no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. She's not in a good way. She's with a child, and the birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. His dying wish. My goodness. The Clan Van Zieks' daughter is, Iris? Swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on. What do you say if something would happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Right then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once. Stay sure and... No, not with you. This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. So there's a dog sleeping? The poor woman was on the floor on the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for it longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious metal in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it, everything dropped into place. Here's the Baskervilles. E for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman and was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. Newborn was his daughter. That makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. The only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Imagine that his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend, Sherlock Sholmes. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Sherlock Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh, when I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my wife, so it was her name that I gave the little girl. Her wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother, Yami Mikotoba. That's right, Ayami. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. What? Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yeah, we can hear you. See that excessive tugging you do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. You're simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. It was, wasn't it? I surprised myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris? I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty the Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party. Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. But, I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey, fostered by a 10-year-old girl? Yeah. No, really? Aww. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. How lovely. You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. But that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Oh! The final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to believe. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yeah. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. No. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor's case, and once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. I see. Don't be a fool. Are those actions of a man who once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Vale? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you endured that pseudonym and being cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, the battle's just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Misuke Naruhodo. Asuma Asagi, it seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who matured, Mr. Naruhodo. I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must have ice for tonight's dinner. Yeah, we must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. November 6 p.m. 6:25 p.m. Jongsu. I'm home. About time you got here. You've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, in it. Gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the best thing, ain't it? There's a girl in Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it'll defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. Wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Jones. What? You were? And why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still, it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a long time. Runo, there you are. There's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Need to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me Copper's clobber hat and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a dive return dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know? Yes, so it reminds me. I'd rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiffs of this now defunct piece of evidence. The inspector's pocket watch and the crown is soon reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, he measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, not. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, somebody with equally fierce detective spirit. Aww. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Right. I mean, after all, the boss was my boss. Yes, Ginny, he was. She's so happy and proud. But yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like to forget that promise, Gina. Iris? Well, obviously, I've always wondered who my real daddy is. Of course, I have. I wanted to know where I come from. I thought I might tell me something about myself. But I caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. So many people. Early Bruno, Professor Nikki. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on you because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he is from. Don't you agree? Really? Hurley's her adopted dad. Every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aww, that's so cool. I think Mikitoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude of our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think it calls for a lengthy violin recital, and hey. Well, the food could go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Curly? You sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ah. Even in the midst of the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations, returning in the evenings to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the greatest detective, and my home too. The greatest family. Fourth November, 4:37 p.m. Marihota's Legal Counsel Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I certainly had some unforgettable experiences while still living here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruto. Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, with Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years never to tell her who her real father was. It was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps to protect the secret, you know? Hauling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. Dog's call. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you made the connection to the Van Zeeks. To make matters worse, Sato-san knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. Hmm. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato-san might arrive at the truth, so I invented the story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. The Master's story, I mean. Holmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left to Japan. He was very troubled that what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it. Of course, it was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered young Iris had pieced together so much from it in my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping, so he did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in the court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Well, I think at some point in the future, I will come Iris to tell the truth. If it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, that you come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Be quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now. It's originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through it. At the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. Ah, very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangement for your return first thing tomorrow, and I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be another opportunity in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato. Susato-san? Just wanted to let you know I'm back. You, know what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did. Yeah. I couldn't help, but how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. The words from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about that. I didn't want to do earlier this evening, actually, but you're already gone out. Oh, yeah, that's quite all right. I already knew that's what you decide. You heard it, son? You did? Sato-san? Yes? Suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. It'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly. A brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say, but just can't. I can't ask her to come with me, after all. She was always supposed to be coming to Japan as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. You should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Yeah, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really you were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Suzato-san, thank you. Aww. 7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Bayside. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving me now? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for having a little fun once in a while. Just go and say goodbye to the professor as well. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Is the voice acting?
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me, and give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave
You
this
need
in your
Jesus.
care,
That's what you need.
if you'll take it.
Of course I will.
Only Jesus
I'll
can
keep it
slay
by
your
my side.
demon.
Always.
Hate is murder, ain't it? Murder in the
Until we
heart.
meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Hey, we beat the game. GG. Thanks to all these people who worked on the game. We're thoroughly inundated with inquiries about the cinematograph. It's not ready. Maybe he's leaving for Japan already. So professional. Sheesh. There's so many little Easter eggs. Thank you for everything, Daddy. That made Hurley cry. Aw. All those shaders. That sepia shader and everything. We need to work with more of these. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt, once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear a prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. See, all these Japanese writers, directors, and all that, boss left me a note for me, you know? And I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here is gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know. And so many sad things. It's Gregson. Well, he was still alive, I guess. The truth is, you're not an upstanding fellow. You may be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You're reminding me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town before the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, not like Gregson, as they say. Oh, Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. This is Scottish Council for the Defense. The women are forbidden to enter into the courtroom. Oh, really? My friend Satson's in the British courtroom all the time, doing a wonderful job. Oh, Sanaga, you okay? Perhaps I should engage the services of a regular legal team. This game is totally worth all the monies. Is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting fish skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. I'm glad. That parallax effect. So good. Here I am once again in Great Britain on the invitation of my own. Sent me a very nice letter saying he'd show me around and everything that was settled. What have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Bear, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into the air sometimes. Oh, the text is just super fast. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing retail spells would not do. Shh. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits for passerbys to know. Everyone calls me Peppino, and I sell the spaghetti. More red than my head are. Everyone needs to call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly. How charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're gonna strike it to rich together. The chubby cheeks. So cute. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I had ended up in the dock, no one I would have rather had defending me. Now, thanks to you, there's a new path I wanted to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Till then, leave Karuma in your care. I made some tea now, Hoda-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your home place. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you after all. Your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. Great ace attorney, some might say. That's the name of the game! Aww. I'll take a screenshot. Alright, are we back to the intro screen though? Not yet. Alright. We could talk while, this is the rest of the crew that worked on this game, localization team and all that. Voice actors. We're gonna read up. Okay. Back to the beginning. Like a while ago. So, King Amos, he redeemed 10 bicep weight curls, so we're gonna do that first. Here we go. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. Oh. There's your bicep curls, King Amos. Sorry, it took a while to get to them. And then Proverbs 11, Ferric Mercy put in the chat, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord. A just weight is his delight. Amen. Soseki sounds so hilarious. Alright, and let's see. Yeah, we talked about theocracy and theonomy in the chat a little bit. Right. Is there any Matthew USA asked a while ago, is there any more Ace Attorney games after this one? I don't know if they've continued working on any new spin-offs. Unfortunately, I have no idea. There might be in the future, but at this point it seems like they're done with the main series of the previous games, and so it's hard to say what they have in the works. I do think there is bonus content that we will get to play in the following weeks before we consider this fully concluded, so we'll do some of that. Alright, and then some chat. Everyone's having fun in the chat, thank you. Who wrote this game? As you can see, these are all the people, director and all that, and the writers. And scrolling down. What was that first word? It says honesty and integrity shall protect me. Again, I don't know that one. We might have to Google that. And anyone here able to connect to the Minecraft server? If anyone wants to help out, feel free to help Citizen. And so there's one prayer request that we probably could pray for. And thank you, Citizen Fortress, again for the sub. We don't run alerts just because, you know, people do alerts and inopportune times. But I always appreciate, and we'll talk about whoever subscribed or so on. And I appreciate it a lot. Thanks to Capcom for paying this team. And what's up, Higgins? Welcome. We just beat the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's a visual novel logic puzzle. It has a very big following of dedicated fans, and so, you know, this is one of my favorite series next to what's the other? Professor Layton. I do want to play some of that, but we'll have to say. Just finish the second half of the game. All right, Citizen said, just checking, hoping you didn't accidentally forget to enable that. All right, server's good. And Scar, all the answer, all the servers and stuff. All right, there we go. We have some extra stuff with special contents here. We have, I believe, called escapades. There's like some short logic puzzles. We'll go through them the following week. And here are the accolades. So we didn't do that yet. Dug around to find every argument about shovels and ladders. That's a running joke. And then read every new idea from Iris's blackboard. We haven't done that in a while. Examined the bed in episode 2. Examined the violin. Having examined the fireplace. Mystery. Naming Taketsuchi Auchi and Yuji Mikotoba as a victim. Having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table. So there's a bunch of random things you could do in the story to get funny responses. And so we might have to do that later. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the Ace Attorney game officially yet? Well, I have recorded all of them. So if you want to catch this whole game, you could do that there, or you could watch some other gameplay that, you know, that has no commentary or whatever, or get it yourself. I think I got this on sale for like 80, at like 20% off, I think. 20 to 10% off. And I got that at Fanatical, I believe. But I think Capcom does drop some games on sale on Steam. So if you're interested, these are a great way of getting into the series. The trilogy series specifically are a great way to get in. And then I believe there's the Miles Hedgeworth spin-off series, and those are available, I think, on mobile phones. So there might be some other ways of getting those ones, but there's some stuff aren't available, I think, yet on the computer, but it might be. I haven't searched it up. Citizen said, never heard of this game. Fair enough, it isn't your style of game. Fair enough. But thank you all for hanging out. I'm hungry. I didn't eat breakfast and it started probably 11. I had a feeling that it was 11 already. I just had a sneaking suspicion. So we're gonna rate off to some people. Thank you again for all the raiders today. Thank you for Black Belt. Thank you for hanging out together. And let's see who I can raid though. Go to my following list. Let's see. Go to the bottom. I know Citizens Fish Tank has been streaming alongside. Action Toys has been streaming as well. Aidless, Fire Resistant. Okay. Oh, Kennethan is live, but what is he doing? That's the question. Let's look at his is he talking about packs? What is he doing? Inspect. Let's take a look. Control F. .png. Nope. Sources maybe? Nope. PNG. Have icon. Oh. Still looking at what his schedule was. Maybe this? It's not icon. Avatar. Image avatar. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what he's doing. All right. I'm gonna rate action. Right, y'all take it. All right. Raid Action Toys. That's me. All right. As always, the most important message that I could ever give to anybody here is the gospel message. The gospel message is the good news. Bad news is we all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But yeah. And Jesus, fully God, fully man, was sent to earth to the perfect life, fulfilling the law, so that he could die for our sins, being buried and raised on the third day, according to the scriptures. And he said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. The time is fulfilled, and the kingdom of God is at hand. To repent and believe in the gospel." So, if you guys have any questions, feel free to leave a question in the Discord or in any prayer requests, let me know. As always, I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.